On the banks of the Mississippi River, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a storied venue, and soon the fog will rise off the Big Muddy, and will it also bring a victory for the beloved Bayou Bengals. Tiger Stadium, home of LSU. What a matchup we have in store. It's still early in the season, but this is a major test for a couple of squads who've gotten out of the gate undefeated. As we'll see a team coming off a crucial bye week, the Stanford Cardinal, taking on the winners of 4 straight, the LSU Tigers. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David Pollack. And LSU ready to kick it away to get things started. He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. So Stanford's offense will start this game off. And there he is. When you have a guy like this, you don't mind building your attack around the running game, guys.
And he's a grown man. There's no doubt about it. This offense runs through him. Everybody gets their emotion, and everything is built on him and around him.
And everybody knows this guy's going to touch the football, and still, defenses can't stop him. He can run through tackles and make big things happen.
And the pass is incomplete, jarred loose by the hit. You can barely hear yourself thinking here as they're trying to get this defense off to a good start. Going to try to pop one on the screen. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be 4th down. Stanford lines up to punt it away. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. Running it back, it's Cook. Coverage team gets the job done, and they'll mark him down at the 38-yard line. The LSU Tigers offense will try to get something going with their first possession. When you have a weapon like this on the outside, and a guy in the secondary whose job is to take everything away, it's going to be a great matchup, guys.
It's so fun to see how you attack great safeties in the middle of the field. Are you willing to do that, or are you going to try to live on the perimeter? This offensive matchup will be great.
Yeah, normally you'd say receiver versus safety, the receiver's going to win. This safety, though, has got the speed to run with this guy, and he's going to make it interesting back there.
Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. Fires to the big fella. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. This offense has a 2nd down play. He's looking to throw. He makes the grab. He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the 1st down. LSU now operating in the red zone. Makes the catch. It's Cook. Tackle is made, but not until he gets the 1st down. This offense in scoring position with a fresh set of downs. They'll keep it on the ground for 1st and goal. And they try the middle of this defense, and that is not happening. And the D deny them on 2nd and goal. They'll run it up the middle here, looking for a path to the end zone. He pushes his way down to the 4 as they get closer and closer. Looking for the touchdown on 3rd and goal. He's got it in the end zone! Touchdown, LSU!
But when you call the wheel route, you need to have the right matchup, and that time they did. It was the linebacker on the running back, one-on-one. He uses his speed, beat him to the outside, and that's about as easy as it can get.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And he's got the extra point, and it's 7-0 to start this one. That touchdown drive covered 61 yards. And they capped the drive with a 4-yard touchdown pass. He thought about bringing that out for a half second, but he'll take a knee and they'll bring it to the 25. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. They'll throw it on 1st down. And the pressure gets there. And down he goes at the 18. Just a great job defensively, making him go through his progressions, and he really didn't have time to do it.
And that's exactly what you do in zone coverage. You drop in your spots, you read the quarterback's eyes, make sure you take away that quick stuff, and a great job rushing the passer and getting the sack.
So let's see if they can make up for that loss on 2nd down from the 18. The give out of the gun. That keeps the running game churning. Pick up a 5 to the 23. Stanford wants to push the pace. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. And the pressure was too much. They get him at the 15.
That defender is a matchup nightmare for any offensive lineman to block. He's got athleticism, he's got length, he's got flexibility. You put it all on display on that sack.
The Cardinal will have to boot it away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. On the return, it's Cook. That's a perfect example of not settling for a fair catch. Pick up whatever yardage you can and help out the offense. They'll leave it with him. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Tried to pound it on 1st down, now back to the line. Trying play action. Strong pass rush, gets to the quarterback, and they get him at the 46.
And it's such an advantage for this defense to have an outside linebacker like that can rush the passer because they can set the edge. They can get off the ball, and they're just way too fast for tight ends or for offensive tackles to get out and block them.
3rd down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. From the gun, wants to pass. He'll loft one deep down the left side. Touchdown, Tigers! That is the ultimate grab and go for the score. Wait, can I get the director to give me a replay of that? I want to count the defenders. 1, 2, 3. I mean, there's no way they had 11, right?
I mean, that is frustrating. Defensively, what are you taught? Like, make them earn it, right? Play man, press up on them, make them earn it, make them go the length of the field, don't give up big plays, or just give up big plays and don't have anybody in the camera shot and don't have anybody there to even miss a tackle.
We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
2 very different emotions inside the locker rooms of these teams who did battle today. Oregon delivered maybe its most thorough thumping in years in a game that featured a ton of big plays, not unlike the way Michael James, Kenyon Barner, and Jonathan Stewart used to do it. 60 minutes of football and a convincing outcome, and certainly a game with implications far beyond just the standings, fellas.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there. Kevin, thanks for the update.
It's a nice job running the in route there by the receiver, and the best thing he did after he made his break, he didn't trail and fade away. He actually attacked the football. That's a good lesson for young receivers out there watching.
They'll try to get the edge with the toss play here. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. These two conferences largely share the same geographic footprint, and the ACC loves it when they can take down a team from the SEC.
And we see these two conferences play each other oftentimes early in the season, late in the season. David, think about Clemson, South Carolina, Florida, Florida State. These players have a lot of familiarity with one another.
And this already matters so much to these kids because they grew up in the same area a lot of times, like Reese was talking about with the footprint.
And they got him for the sack.
And that's now their 3rd sack of the game. This is one of the best units in the entire country getting after the quarterback. They have done such a great job recruiting athletes up front and in their front 7. They can blitz, they can rush you with 4, with 3, but they've got dudes that can beat you one-on-one, and you're seeing that in this game.
Stanford lines up to punt it away. He'll be content with the field position, making the fair catch right around the 30-yard line. LSU will dive into the playbook here on offense. He wants to throw. He'll take a deep shot here. Oh, he gets downfield for the big catch. LSU quick to the line.
How how great is it to have a running back who can basically run your entire route tree? You don't see a lot of guys line up and then run vertically down the field, get open, and make a big play. This dude is special.
They'll leave it with the lone back. And he's able to find a little bit of running room before they get him down. They can really be aggressive after that last play at 2nd and 3. They'll try the run. Noses ahead to the 30-yard line, a pickup of 1. This is the type of play that decides games. Are you tough enough to convert 3rd and short from the 30? He'll pull it on the read. And they did not let him reach the line to gain. It'll bring up a decision here. And they'll send out the field goal unit. And this one splits the uprights. And now the lead's extended a little further. After putting up the field goal, they're set to kick it away. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Stanford has it back. The Cardinal offense returning to the field. They'll see if they can find some running room on the right here. Gets it out to the 20 after a pickup of 4. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. He's looking to throw. Slings it downfield. And that's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact on the play, but no flags. It'll be 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Gets it out fast. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
That's really got to make this offensive coordinator feel good calling plays. You get a completion on 3rd down early in the game, and he should be having a lot of confidence now moving forward in this game calling plays.
This Stanford offense moving quickly down the field. Right back to the well.
I like feeding my guy. I like getting my running back touches, feeding him the ball so he can break some of those big runs. But I'm also okay with these little ones. Set the tone, stay balanced.
On 2nd down, they'll take to the air. And he can't escape, and down he goes.
Well, they're able to get the negative play, great individual effort. I know LSU's defense always goes by DBU, but they've had some big-time players up front on that D-line, too. And you think recently, guys like Marcus Spears, Glenn Dorsey, Kiki Mingo, Daniil Hunter, dudes that can line up one-on-one. These guys were like avatars with their frames. So difficult to block and so athletic. That's what...
And here comes the pressure, and there he goes down again.
What a great job by this defense setting the tone early. In the 1st half, they've been hitting the quarterback early and often. Make him feel uncomfortable. Make him feel that pressure. Keep getting him on the ground. That's why they've built a lead.
Stanford lines up to punt it away. 4th time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. He will signal for the fair catch and take it just inside the 35. The Bayou Bengals will run the offense out onto the field. Pulled and finds his man on the left. And oh, did they know that one was coming. They'll knock him down in the backfield. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Quarterback adapting. Trying to escape and get it himself. Nothing but green ahead. He gets the job done, picking up the 1st down, then getting down. LSU right back to the line.
He can throw it. He can buy time. He can run it. What can't he do? This guy's so talented. When he does stuff like this, there's no way to stop it. There's no way to coach a defense up against this. He's just ripping.
Touchdown, Tigers! What a catch and run for 6. How efficient have they been as they extend this lead here in Week 5?
And this offense is clicking. Another touchdown. Didn't have to go far for this drive, but this offense is doing what they want, how they want, when they want.
On to attempt the try.
The kicker on for the extra point.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Good job by the coverage unit to stop the return man. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. Takes this handoff and headed to the right. And you can forget running in the middle against this defense. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. They'll give it on the counter. May not be the most memorable play of the day, but it's important as he gets them out to the 25-yard line. Wow, this offense is just stuck in the mud. They've already punted 4 times, and it's 3rd down now. The Cardinal will have to boot it away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. Yet another punt on the way. Got to make sure that hamstring stays loose. He's been busy. Slips through the line, and he'll work his way on the return out to the 35-yard line before he stops. They'll start this drive from their own 35-yard line. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. Just sort of a relentless run, getting everything that was available to him, and they'll mark him down at the 40. Pre-snap motion, quarterback trying to get a read. It's caught, and he'll ramble to the 34 before he's finally knocked down.
Talk about having a day. We're not even done the first quarter yet. This receiver already has over 100 yards. Look out.
The give to the running back from the shotgun.
And that's the problem with blitzing on defense. You live by the blitz, you die by the blitz. Defense dialed up the pressure, but the offense had a better play call. They ran it away from the blitz, and that's why they were able to be successful.
He's got the tight end. Tackled, but he has a first down. The Tigers are moving quickly down the field.
First down for the Tigers.
Wants to throw on first down. Finds a man on the right. Couldn't quite nudge it in. Not sure you could get much closer, but it'll be 1st and goal. New center downs right on the doorstep for this offense. The snap sets up to throw. Touchdown Tigers! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house. He didn't see anyone open. Said, no problem. I'll take care of it myself.
Yeah, I've been there before. Been there, done that. Not my first rodeo. I've been in this kind of situation. Down by the goal line, I'm getting outside, and I'm taking it in myself.
They'll try to add another to their lead.
Extra point.
And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Dynamite matchup this week, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Wyoming is ahead in this one, but there's still time on the clock, and unless Josh Allen puts on that Pokes uniform again, this could stay tight. They're up by a field goal over North Carolina. Any big developments in this one, we've got you covered with the best studio team in the business. Gentlemen?
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down.
And that's good enough for a first down.
The give to the left side. Pretty good effort on that one to work his way up to the 42. Good spot after that 7-yard pickup on first down. It's 2nd and 3. Handoff to the single running back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Ball is at the 42-yard line, close to 4-down territory. Here's 3rd and short. Motion from the offense. He's looking to throw on 3rd and short. They're setting up the screen. And the defense able to drag him down, but not before. They'll recycle that down marker. Stanford going back to work with another first down. Out of the gun, the inside handoff, looking for a crease. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. He's looking to throw. Swings it out to his running back. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. The throw to the outside is complete. Now on 1st down from the 43-yard line. He's looking to throw it. Coming after him. Finds the tight end. And they picked up 9 on 1st down. It'll bring up 2nd and short.
Tight end picks up 9. 2nd down coming up.
Oh, it's a reverse. They'll wrestle him down just short of the 1st down. I don't even think they're going to bring out the chains to measure this one. They're looking at a 3rd down and short from the 33. He'll keep it himself. Offenses gain momentum with 3rd down conversions like that. They've got it at the 25. Looking for a productive play on 1st down. The give to the tailback. They stop him right on the edge of the red zone. A pickup of 5 to the 20. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. The give to the back. And they make the stop, and that will likely bring us to the end of the 1st quarter. We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you. Now the challenge here, they've taken a punch, but they can't let it get out of hand as we start the 2nd. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. That pass not close as he got drilled trying to deliver it, and it'll bring up 4th down. Here comes the field goal unit. It is good.
That makes the score LSU 31, Stanford 3.
After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. Returner will field it and try to get some field position. And the coverage team able to wrestle him down. LSU will dive into the playbook here on offense. From the gun, running back on the move. Pushed his way ahead. Really good run to get it out to the 20, a pickup of 5. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. Off the bootleg to buy a little space. Fires it. Makes the grab. And a pickup of better than 30 yards on that completion before the defense brings him down. After that last big gainer, they'll put it in play. 1st and 10 from their own 49.
That's a beautiful pass and catch. I love the job the quarterback does manipulating the defense with his eyes. He froze that safety, and that allowed his receiver more room to work his way.
Now here on 2nd down, see if they keep tossing it around. Quarterback on the keeper. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. And that pressure just engulfed him. A sack for this defense.
Well, we knew coming into this game, this defense had some matchups they felt really good about up front, and they won one right there, getting to the quarterback, creating a negative play, and they're going to need these guys to start winning more of those because they are finding themselves in a hole here early in the game.
LSU will bring the punt team on the field. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. Gets the first one of the day out of there. He ought to be fresh. They only used him twice in that victory last week. And you make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. Stanford has it back. The Cardinal offense returning to the field. Trying to start the drive with a pass. He's going to run it. He's going to be able to pick up a few yards before the slide. Second down coming up.
Second down coming up.
He's looking to throw. And he really needed to hold on to that one, but it was not loose, and third down is coming. And now this offense will try to overcome that second down incompletion. Throws to the back. And this is going to be incomplete on third. Stanford lines up to punt it away. Man, these guys have been busy. Sixth punt of the day. Tries to find a little more running room on that return, but he'll be stopped at the 36. And the offense takes the field, ready to go back to work. To the ground with the back. Couldn't fight his way out of his grasp. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. He'll do it himself. Hard running there. Turns it up, dismisses another dude. And eventually taken down, but what about that spin move? Gives him the first down yardage. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. They're down to the 35 on 1st and 10. They move the tight end all over. The give to the back. They get him down, but he does pick up 3 to the 32-yard line. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Motion trying to get the defense to show his hand. Touch pass on the jet sweep. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Quick strike complete. He gets it oh so close to the first down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. They'll try it on the ground. And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chains. LSU moving the ball quickly down the field. They're going to ride this running back. They make the stop, but you can't give up 4 yards a chunk on the ground down in this area of the field. It's at the 18. On 2nd down, wants to throw it. Touchdown, Bayou Bengals. And they take it in for 6 more points. If these guys wanted to make a statement, statement has been delivered.
It's your job to stop him. Oh, don't run the score up. Well, do something about it. The defense has to step up and make plays. Obviously, they're not willing to do that, so just keep running plays and keep scoring.
He'll try to tack on one more. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
38, Stanford 3.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. Power football with the run. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Leaves it with the running back. He kept those legs moving, got 3 out to the 19. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws to the wideout. A strike downfield. Works his way to the 41, and that is plenty to give him a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
First down for the offense.
He'll pull it on the read. Got the first down and more. Defense caught out of position, and they get him down finally at the 38. Not the most productive half for this offense so far, but finally starting to get it in gear. 1st and 10. After the pickup of 9, it's 2nd and 1. Kept it on the ground on 1st down, now back to the line.
Brings up 2nd down.
Give to the running back. Looks as if Stanford will have enough for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
And that's good enough for a first down.
Wide receiver now comes in motion. Looking to move it through the air. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Couldn't make the play on first down. They'll try it again. 2nd and 10 from the 27. This time on target. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down.
At the 8-yard line. First and goal.
He wants to throw it. He caught it. They've got it down to the 3-yard line. Really well done on that throw and catch. Now it's 2nd and goal. Wide receiver coming across in motion. And he is stopped, not getting close to the end zone. Line of scrimmage still at the 3. Needs to get it in the end zone on 3rd and goal. And he's sprinting. He'll take it all the way. Touchdown, Stanford! Well, that didn't necessarily go as planned, but it was most effective in the end.
I love it, Reese. Down in the red zone, this quarterback didn't have anybody open. Didn't panic. He just decided, man, I'm going to go do this myself. I'm going to use my wheels and put up 6 on the board. He did just that.
And that kick was perfectly down the middle. So a drive there of 84 yards and close the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run.
38, Stanford 10.
The returner will field it and try to set up his offense in great field position. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. The Bayou Bengals will run the offense out onto the field. They'll throw it on first down. With the catch, it's Cook. They get him down after he makes the catch. After that last completion, it's 2nd down. They'll give it to the back. And he found plenty of running room on that one before the defense was finally able to get him down.
Down for the Tigers.
They'll give it to him again. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11.
2nd down.
Here's the handoff. They stop him cold. Maybe gets a yard to the 34. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd down, he drops the throw. Wide open downfield. And they'll move the chains and get it to the 47-yard line. LSU moving quickly, going to work again on first down. He'll keep it himself. Still running at the 40. Lots of green grass as he gets it to the 31.
There's an example of the offense taking advantage of all the attention the defense is giving this outstanding running back. Remember, he's one of the best in the game. They're expecting him to get the football. So the quarterback says, you know what? I'll just keep it. No one's keying on me. I'm going to get upfield and find an explosive play.
Here comes the offense on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Got the quick pass. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop.
Man, this quarterback is having himself a day. Over 200 yards in the first half. It was hard enough for Palmer to get over 200 in a game, more or less in the first half.
LSU lining up 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. And he'll step into the end zone. Touchdown, LSU! Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. This will not be returnable as it sails out of the back of the end zone. First down for this offense. Looking for a crease to the left. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. A negative play to open the drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. Pulls and throws off the RPO. And that defense is there to guide him out of bounds after a short gain. Somebody needs to make a play here. It's 3rd and long from the 26. From the gun, wants to pass. The freshman able to get home with the sack.
And if your job is to irritate, to confuse, to hit, to make quarterbacks feel very uncomfortable, this defense is definitely doing their job. 6 sacks, that's the way to make the quarterback feel like he's having a hard day. He's had no response. This offensive line has no response, just a sack party.
Stanford lines up to punt it away. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. He's got great speed. This guy is a daring punt return man. He's not going to settle for the fair catch. A solid return gets a little bit of ground for the offense. They'll come out on this drive and let it rip. Pulls it in. It's Cook.
Nice completion here to this wide receiver. And you're going to see this receiver line up in different spots all over the field all game long. Defense has got to keep their eye on where this guy is because they know he's a big part of this offense's success.
Brought down to the ground, but he has enough for the first down. With the first down, they'll put it in play from the 33. To the ground, he's got it again. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Lets it fly deep downfield. And it's incomplete, going for the massive explosive play instead. They're looking at a 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. Put it right on him. Sweet play, good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the first down. Wide receiver shows motion. They'll go to the ground. You'll take 4 yards on first down every time, 2nd and 6. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down. Got it! And he's into the end zone! Touchdown, LSU!
Man, that's his 2nd receiving touchdown of the game. My man is just finding pay dirt. Tell you what, these are the kind of guys that you continue to feature throughout a game when he can do this kind of damage after he catches the football.
Lining up to add another. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Northwestern is trailing right now, but I'm not ready to say this team is out. We've seen this program stage memorable comebacks before. Do not rule out another one today. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to Houston.
Floats it out in space.
We'll circle back if anything changes in this exciting college football matchup.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Tackled at the 28. It's a pickup of 5. A first down for the offense. Leaves it with the back. They get him stopped at the 32. That's a gain of 4. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. The give to the back. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. It's 3rd down now. They ought to be able to get off one more play before the 2-minute warning. Short throw to the sideline is caught. He's out of bounds, and they'll move the chains with a first down. He's going to pass. Makes the grab. It's Freeman. And he didn't squeeze it. It's loose.
And what a great job by the defense, securing the wide receiver, getting the football out, getting it on the deck, and dadgummit if it didn't bounce right back to the offense.
To the air on first down. Floating away.
That is now the 7th sack on defense. This offense cannot protect their QB. It doesn't matter if the defense is blitzing or if they're just winning one-on-one. 7 sacks. That's just ridiculous.
They're trying to get to him. And the pressure gets to him again. Another sack. A timeout is called as this offense tries to find a way to get more points on the board before the half. 3rd and long from the 42. If they can get some of it, it might give them a chance to go for it on 4th down. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. The Cardinal will have to boot it away. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. LSU will dive into the playbook here on offense. They've got time, they've got the lead, and David is sort of like a doctor. First, do no harm.
Do no harm, but also...
He's got it on the right. Off he goes. And he got away from the defense and takes it in. Touchdown, Tigers.
What a massive play for the offense. And sometimes when you're calling it deep in your own end, you're expecting man coverage or at least a one-on-one to the outside of the field, and that's what they had. The quarterback put air under it. The receiver shows off his speed. They make the catch, and it's not just a big first down. It's a touchdown. That is a momentum-changing play.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. That drive not too taxing on the playbook. One play, put it in the end zone just like that. On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Stanford has it back. The Cardinal offense returning to the field. This late in the half, you're behind. You'd love to create something before the break. Running toward the tape. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down.
Nice job by the QB and receiver on this play in a 2-minute situation, knowing to work the boundary, get the first down, and get the ball out of bounds. Great situational awareness.
Pocket starts to collapse. And the defense is all over the quarterback, and down he goes. There's a timeout on the field. Tight game here late in the first half. He's looking for a man on 2nd down. Buys a little extra time. At the 45 on his way. The offense quickly calls timeout to stop the clock. 3rd and short now from their own 48. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. Stanford lines up to punt it away. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. Time dwindling away as they try to put points on the board right before the half. Going up top on 1st down. Fires to the big fella. How about this backer in pass coverage and bringing the big hit stick with him too. Now on 2nd down. That's going to wrap up the first half here, and now we join Kevin with the halftime update.
Thanks, guys. Looks like we've got a terrific game from there in Death Valley. And there is no better place to start this halftime than by reviewing how this wideout has been a one-man wrecking crew. The kid's been everywhere. And I love how he's willing to go across the middle, but that he also has the jets to burn these DBs on the deep ball. If this defense wants to actually come back in this one, they better hide his cleats. And with that, let's head back to Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge.
Stanford will boot it away to start this second half. On the move from inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The Bayou Bengals will run the offense out onto the field. First play from scrimmage, and they'll keep it on the ground. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Got it in the middle. It's Cook. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that first down. Here they come, trying to convert a 3rd and short from the 28. The Tigers are stopped, but not before getting it past the sticks. With a first down, they'll snap it from the 32. He wants to throw. He turns that loose down the right side. Throw to the sideline, and it's complete, and they've got a big play. Really effective concept against the zone there. It helps all the more, David, when you have a tight end that can get downfield.
No doubt. Take your tight end, put him in the slot, makes it easier, better matchup. Now he's got a good corner route. You can tell. Sticks his foot in the ground, quarterback puts it up there. Know he's got zone. Know he's got the big fella. He goes up, catches the football, makes the big game.
And the Tigers have it with a 1st and 10. The back goes in motion. They'll throw it from the red zone. He'll take a shot. Touchdown, Tigers! And the stomping has commenced. A remarkable grab just keeps piling up scores.
I'll say remarkable day. I mean, a remarkable career. Goodness gracious. This is a day that you just dream about having. You have these days in high school, but not in college. You're like, dang, this is as good as it gets. Nobody can stop him. He's absolutely in the zone.
Ready to try the point after. The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And the score comes on a 17-yard throw for the touchdown. He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. And the misconnection on the first attempt. See if he gets a little looser. And the incompletion brings up a 2nd down for this offense. From the gun, the running back has it. And they went right back to him, and he went right back down. It's going to be 3rd and 10. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Chunked it away just as he was hit.
Well, after struggling so much in the first half, you thought they would have made some adjustments here at halftime to see if they can open up this passing game. But early on in the second half, they're just not really able to get that done. Incompletion on 3rd down in your own end, you're expecting them to punt.
He was able to get that ball up to the 48-yard line before he stopped on the return. They go to the ground, fighting off the defender. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He's looking to throw. Quickly out to the tight end. They ripped off a big one, and they get it down to the 27. That throw and catch, a really good example of why coaches don't want a quarterback to get stuck on a particular target, isn't it, Dave?
Yep, that's exactly right. Find the guy who's open, because you got so many guys that have so much speed that can do so much damage on the field. Find my matchup, get it to him, let him do the rest.
They'll put it in play from the 27, 1st down. He's looking to throw it. Fires to the middle. Pulls it in. He stopped just short of the goal line at the 1. An explosive play has him set up.
And a big key on that throw to the slot receiver, guys, is putting the ball out in front. The location of the throw is what helped that guy get extra yards after the catch.
So now with 1st and goal, let's see what LSU does here. Used the play fake, now to throw. And he was going for the touchdown there, and they couldn't make the connection. They'll try it again from the 1 on 2nd and goal. Quarterback will audible. They'll run it to the left, looking for the end zone. Touchdown, Tigers! And the beatdown has ensued. The AT unit on the field. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great college football matchup. Arizona is up big right now, and what's shaping up to be a blowout they'll remember in Tucson for some time. They're up by 25 over the Astronauts. We are the eyes and ears of the college football fan, and we've got you covered all day here in studio, guys.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Looking to go up top on first down. Fires to the tight end. Excellent job working through the air. They're finding a hole in that defense and picking up a first down. Running back searching for a hole. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Offense gets set for second down. The give to the right. And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Moves away as he feels pressure. Really nice job to convert that third down, and they've got it at the 33. Stanford gets set to snap it on first down. They'll leave it with him. And he has had a long day at the office, not to mention the backfield, as the defense has been all over him. From the shotgun, they'll run it. Breaks the tackle. He works his way down to the 30-yard line before he stopped a gain of 3. On third and long, try to convert through the air. Fires to the tight end. Nice pitch and catch there, and they'll have enough for the first down. Stanford hoping to pay off this red zone opportunity.
And that's good enough for a first down.
Quarterback on the keeper. And into the end zone, and he'll race it to the house. Touchdown, Cardinal!
And how about the job blocking by the wide receivers? If you're going to play receiver in this offense, you can't only want to catch the ball, you've got to be willing to block. They did a great job there.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. Splits the uprights. They put together an 81-yard drive, and the score came on an impressive run from the 20. And he takes this from inside the 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. LSU will dive into the playbook here on offense. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Makes the grab on the left. Gets it to the 42-yard line, and that's a first down. Big chunk play to start this drive. Now they'll really try to take it to this defense. They'll test the right side. One-step wrap, two-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Quick completion on the out route. And he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup. They'll snap it from the 48 on 3rd and short.
Third down coming up.
They'll try to pick it up on the ground. That'll be enough for the first down as they stop him at the 43-yard line. The Tigers are marching down the field. He'll come out throwing on first down. He's got his man. They make the stop right there. Good pickup and still short of the first down.
Brings up second down.
Now the play fake. Just a short pass to the tight end. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a first down.
Well, it's a nice job, too, the quarterback after the play fake there, getting his eyes down the field. He had to get that to his tight end quickly, knowing he wasn't going to have a lot of space to run with after the catch.
From the 17-yard line, it's 1st and 10. Handoff to the single back. Able to get one down to the 15. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Fires into the end zone. Snags it. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the field. Let's see which way that's going to go.
Pass interference. Defense.
And the defender just way too handsy on that last play. You could see all the contact as the ball was in the air. He simply can't do it, and the referee's caught it.
I'll try to power it in. Touchdown, Bayou Bengals. And the route is on. Well, let's count them up. 1, 2, 3. 3 is the magic number for touchdowns.
Yeah, it's as easy as ABC. Goodness gracious. He's been getting whatever he wants, whenever he wants, however he wants. I might want to change something up or maybe focus on that guy that's getting the football a lot and scoring.
Lining up for the PAT. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Stanford has it back, the Cardinal offense returning to the field. They'll try the run. They'll rip off 8 on that play. It's 2nd and 2. Got a little work done on first down, now back to the line. The give to the tailback. They knock him down, but he gets enough to give Stanford a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
First down for the offense.
Off the play fake on first down. The sweet feet buy a little time. And the pass rush is effective, and they tackle him at the 19.
This defensive end is an animal. He already has 2 sacks, and we're only in the 3rd quarter. I'd move him around a little bit more defensively so that the offense has no idea where he's lining up. Because right now, man, he is feasting.
And they are looking for a ball play that'll work. Now facing 2nd and long from the 19. It'll be a draw. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. And we might as well state the obvious. 1st and 2nd down didn't work out. 3rd and very long. Fires one high and deep. And that'll be incomplete. They certainly weren't afraid to take a shot there, and now it's 4th down. Stanford lines up to punt it away. Makes a move. Return's going to get it up around midfield. He'll be down at the 49-yard line. The Bayou Bengals will run the offense out onto the field. Keeping it on the ground with the single back. And he doesn't find much running room. A short gain on the play. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Going for it all. And that's going to be incomplete. Going for broke on 2nd down, but 3rd down's coming up. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. They try to pop a run on the draw. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Looks as if LSU will line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. He'll call for the fair catch here. The offense set for a first down play. Looking to move it through the air. It's complete. On the move at the 30. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense.
One of the things that makes this guy so dangerous is how good he is after the catch. If he's got any space around him, he's able to burst. He's able to make people miss and get extra yards for his offense. You saw it right there.
They created a lot of breathing room with that first play of the drive. Now first down from the 39. He's going to pass. And the pressure gets to him. Down goes the quarterback.
When you're on defense and you get to play outside linebacker, it's about as good as it gets, right? I get to rush the passer just like this and put him on the ground. Then I get to cover in space. I get to move all over the place. Great job by the outside linebacker. The most fun position to play in college football.
Inside 4 minutes to play here in the third. The give to the back. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. This is a third and long. He's looking downfield to throw. Heaves it on the run. And he hauls it in at the 30. Touchdown, Stanford! What a grab and go for the score.
When you can run like that, the quarterback is going to give you opportunities. And look at him run by the defenders. QB sees it, stick the hand up in the air, catch the football, get to the end zone.
Getting set for the point after.
On for the extra point.
Right down the middle. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. New Mexico State is ahead in this one. This team plays a hard-nosed brand of football there in Las Cruces, but they're a long way from closing this out. They're up by 4 over New Mexico. We'll circle back if anything big happens in this college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He'll do it himself. Running with power. And they drag him down, but not before he picks up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
First down for the Tigers.
Off play action on first down. He's going to let one fly down the middle. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play right there for the taking, but couldn't reel it in. They're going to run it to the right. They make the stop, and this running game moves the chains as they get the first down. LSU moving the ball quickly down the field. Comes out throwing on first down. Lost one deep down the right side. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have held on. He'll pull it on the read. At the 40, there he goes. Hit the afterburners, kid. Touchdown, LSU! And the punishment has been extended.
This is a play this offense reps over and over and over again in practice. And this quarterback always makes the right decision. He always knows when he needs to keep the football. And then when he does, with his speed and athleticism, he is a problem.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
87, Stanford, 24.
Here he comes with the return. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. The hand to the running back. Slams into the pile. He'll get 1 to the 17. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9.
Second down.
He's looking to throw. Trying to get to him. And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
And that is your job. The O-line has to protect the quarterback. That's the most important position on the field. You got to make sure you keep him upright. You got to do a better job.
Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, backed up inside their 20. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. Under heat, and he gets rid of it. And they fail to hook up on 3rd down. The Cardinal will have to boot it away. 3 and out, and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. He only needs a sliver of daylight. Really good job by the coverage team to make the stop, and that's where they'll put it in play. LSU will dive into the playbook here on offense. To the ground with the back. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. He's got him in the flat. And he was knocked down immediately. Very short pickup on that one. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. And the 3rd down pass is incomplete. LSU will bring the punt team on the field.
Number 14, on to punt it away.
Able to keep them from getting a return, and the ball goes out of bounds. They're going to mark it right around the 20. This drive will start from the 19-yard line. Off the play fake on first down to throw. And he was looking over the middle and couldn't make the connection. After the misfire, it's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. They've got the screen set up. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play.
It's 3rd down.
On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. He's going to have enough to pick up the first down as they stop him at the 33-yard line. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game.
It's just so nice to know you can start off on first down with positive plays. Positive yards, hand the football off, set up a good 2nd down.
Fires left. A beautifully placed ball to the outside, and the toe drag for the big pickup. Stanford going back to work with another first down.
And that's a first down.
Looking for a physical attack from the gun. A run up the middle is stuck for no gain. As they get set to snap it, time winding down here in the quarter.
2nd down.
Dialing up a 2nd down pass play. He's going to take off. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the big hit.
A pickup of 8.
And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody, based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. Wants to throw on 3rd down. Makes his connection. And boy, is he close to that first down, maybe just a couple of inches short. Stanford lines up to punt it away. Punt goes out of bounds, and a really nice job as they stick them deep in their own end. They'll mark it around the 10. Out of the gun, the running back has it. Determined run, but he's stopped after 2 yards down at the 13. After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8. The give to the back. Navigates that mass of bodies and gets 4 out to the 17. This is the type of play that can give the offense momentum. 3rd and short from inside the 20. Handoff to the lone back. And the defense had his hands full, but they finally wrestle him down short of the first down. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Looks as if LSU will line up to punt it away. He's getting a lot of work. Fourth time he's punted tonight. On his way from around the 50. And good work by the coverage team to knock down the return man. Stanford has it back. The Cardinal offense returning to the field. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. Got a man. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. Got some of the work done on first. Now let's see what they have on second down. He's looking to throw. He's got the back in the middle. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. Offense in a bunch formation. Trying to find his man on first down. Quickly complete. He was able to reach into his bag of tricks and use it to pick up a few extra yards. Trying to get a rhythm in the passing game now on second down. He'll keep it himself. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Ball's at the 25. They're in field goal range, but they'd love to convert this third and short. Firing to the right, complete. And they knock him down, but he got past the line to gain. This Stanford offense is humming, set up with another first down. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. Defense there to stop him after a pickup of 2 down to the 15. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. He's looking to throw. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to find another play. After the second down misfire, looking at a 3rd and 8. From the gun, wants to pass. Got out of trouble and throws. Another incompletion on 3rd down. They'll try to get something out of this drive and kick the field goal here on 4th down. It's good. And the field goal is good. They get 3 on the board, but it really doesn't matter much in terms of the deficit.
I know a lot of people are scratching their heads why they try to kick that field goal. You're in the 4th quarter. You're down a boatload of points. A field goal isn't going to do it. If you want to win this game, you need touchdowns. I would anticipate for every possession they get from here on out, man, you've got to be way more aggressive.
They'll kick it away after putting up a field goal on that last drive. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. The Bayou Bengals will run the offense out onto the field. Power football with the run. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. The lone back's got it. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. And the running game has collapsed so far on this drive, and now it's 3rd down. Leaves it with the running back. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. LSU will bring the punt team on the field. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. A fair catch taken just inside the 40-yard line. They'll start this drive and snap it from the 40. They'll throw it on first down. Unloads to the wideout. And he just flat dropped it. I think he wanted to run before he secured it. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. He's looking to throw. Steps away to find some room. And the freshman will chalk up a sack. The pocket broke down, and the quarterback had to take the sack.
Really impressed by this pass rush, Reese. Just guys winning their individual battles one-on-one up front. They're able to get to the quarterback.
Now facing a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. And they'll miss the connection here on 3rd down. Stanford lines up to punt it away. Looking for a block. It's Cook. He gets it up to the 34-yard line before he stopped, and that's where the offense will set up shop. Okay, so here comes the offense returning to the field. Give to the running back. A 7-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 3. After the good pickup on first down, let's see if they keep it on the ground. He'll try it again. Still on his feet at the 45. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play.
And obviously this offense has had their way, getting the huge lead. And now, when you know it's a running situation later in the ball games, you're still getting pounded. This defense has to step up at some point and be a lot more physical.
D coordinators down the road that have to play this offense, man, they're going to have nightmares because this unit has so much speed and so much skill. At running back, receiver, tight end, the quarterback making good decisions, it is so tough trying to stop them and prevent explosive plays.
Now on 2nd down. Keeps it on the bootleg. They're bringing heat. Buys a little time with his feet. Trying to make magic with his feet. And he's dragged down. Ball spotted at the 27. They're facing a 3rd and long to try to keep their hopes of a touchdown alive. Fires to the wideout. Got his man downfield. Touchdown LSU! And the pummeling has started. They build this 4th quarter lead, and they are just minutes away from going 5-0. This game must be moving so slowly for this quarterback. He sees everything 2 or 3 beats ahead.
Way ahead. I mean, it's been really, really easy. I better get some more hits on him. I better do something to make him feel uncomfortable. Because right now, it's just like, oh, you're running that? Yeah, that's easy. I mean, he's already read your mail. You better change the address, do something different.
The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in this exciting college football game. Maryland is having its way offensively, just marching up and down the field at a breathtaking pace. They're up by 15 over the Astronauts. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Line getting set on 2nd down. After the incompletion, they go back up top. Might be looking to run. And the pressure gets him back at the 8-yard line.
What a beautiful day for the defense. A sack for you. A sack for you. Everybody gets a sack. Everything good happening for this defense.
This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. Outside the pocket, lets it go. Grabbed on the outside, it's Freeman. The Cardinal will have to boot it away.
Brings up 4th down.
He'll field the punt and try to make something happen. Returns like that are why you don't settle for the fair catch if you don't have to. Picks up just a little bit of yards to help out the O. They'll give it to the back. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Offense working from the pistol.
Brings up 2nd down.
They'll keep it on the ground. A strong tackle and wrap up from the junior. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Going to the ground. He's got 1st down yardage as they move it to the 44. The Tigers come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Here's the handoff. And they'll bring him down after a short pickup. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Quarterback changing the plays at the line. They'll keep it on the ground, trying to milk the clock. And the defense makes the stop after a minimal gain. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Went to the running game on 3rd down and picked up 5, but still a couple of yards short. It's 4th and 2. They'll play it safe and send out the field goal unit. Between the uprights, it's good. And that'll add 3 more to a lead that is already way out of hand. They're really starting to extend that lead as they get ready to kick it away again. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. The Stanford offense making its way back onto the field. He'll start this drive firing. Finds his big tight end. And the defense coming with bad intentions. They knock him down for a loss. Wants to throw on 2nd down. Here he goes breaking the pocket. Able to get just a few before sliding to avoid the hits. So what do they have for 3rd and short from their own 23? From the gun, wants to pass. He puts a lot of air under it down the sideline. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have squeezed it. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. He gets a block. They make the stop on the return, but there is laundry on the field. Let's get the call.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. So the offense keeps its drive alive thanks to the roughing the punter penalty. Quickly to the tight end. He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the 1st down. And now on 2nd down for this offense. He's looking to throw. Fires to the big fella. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep him from getting the 1st down. He wants to throw it again. Quickly complete. Good execution. They move the sticks, and they've got it at the 33. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and we see miracles in college football all of the time, and they could use one here. Wants to throw on 1st down. Out of the backfield, he's open. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that 1st down. Offense about to reel off its 7th play of the drive. Fires to the right. Complete downfield. Makes the grab over the defense, and they are threatening now down at the 15. From the red zone, looking for a receiver. Got the back over the middle.
And this offense is going to have to find more explosive plays. And it can't just rely on the dink and dunk. It's going to have to find itself and score more points. And listen, they got beat up today. But moving on in the future, they've got some good pieces. They got to find a way to fit them together.
And he'll take it in for the touchdown. It won't have much impact on the outcome of the game, but it is a fabulous parting gift, a consolation prize, if you will. Once the game reaches this point, you start thinking ahead and how you can find something positive to take into the next game.
Dang right. Keep the offense rolling. Try to find some plays that I can use throughout this season that I can have some more success, or I guess have success. I haven't had a lot of success today, but I'm looking for the future.
And he knocked that one right down the middle. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. On the run from inside his own 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. LSU will dive into the playbook here on offense. Firmly in control of this game, we'll see if they just try to run out the clock and get out with a victory.
Everybody on offense here should feel really good about their performance today, too, Billy. They had a really good game plan coming into this one, and they went out and they executed at a very high level.
Yeah, lights out, and this game's over. I'm interested to see the philosophy now. Do we keep chucking the pill and keep trying to score points? Because it's the defense's responsibility to stop them. Or do they just run this clock and say, all right, we did enough today. We kicked them in the face.
Just complete and utter dominance in this one. Outplayed their opponent and took care of business.
Yeah, total domination in all 3 phases of the game. Offense, defense, and special teams. This team came ready to play, and man, it was pedal to the metal right from the opening kickoff.
And that's how you like it. Forget the close games. Forget the heartbreakers. Oh, this play could decide it. Just frying pan, meat, face, ball game over.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.